All rise. Vous vous levez. The International Criminal Court is now in session. L'audience de la Cour pénale internationale est ouverte. Please be seated. Veuillez vous asseoir.
Thank you very much. Court officer, the case, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. The situation in the Republic of Kenya in the case of the prosecutor versus William Samuel Ruto and Joshua Arap Sang. ICC 0109-0111. We are in an open session.
Thank you. Appearances.
Morning, Mr. President. Your Honors, appearances remain the same for the prosecution.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. President, Your Honors. The appearances remain the same on one side. Thank you.
Good morning, Duty Counsel.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Mr. President, Your Honors. Our team remains the same as yesterday, and Honor Lenham, our case manager, has joined us as well.
Mr. President, Your Honors, good morning. The team for Mr. Ruto remains as yesterday.
Thank you very much. And witness, welcome back to the court. And we excuse you for the afternoon of yesterday because of some other debates, procedural debates that needed to happen in the case. Welcome back. Mr. Garcia will continue, but in a minute. Private session, please.
We are back in open session, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Garcia, please.
Good morning, Mr. Witness.
Good morning.
Now, Mr. Witness, I see that you have before you possibly the document on which you were writing on yesterday. Do you see that next to you?
Yes.
Now, yesterday I asked you what those words meant, and I just want to be clear on this. Your response, and this is at transcript, yesterday's transcript 165, page 59, lines 7 to 9, 8 to 9 actually, you said that the translation was, I say go slowly, and then you just a Kikuyu to go high up home in Nyeri, and the person who is to lead is the big man, you know. Now, I just want to make sure, is this a translation, a literal translation of the words that you've written down, or is this your interpretation of them?
Let me repeat again there.
Yes, and just actually before you do that, what I'm interested in at this point is having you translate for us literally what those words are, what they mean, the words that you wrote down on the document. All right?
Yes.
Then afterwards I'll ask you what the meaning is.
Yes.
So what is the literal translation of these words?
According to me, this is to say that you go slowly and then you catch the bend and then you chase the Kikuyus to their home high in Nyeri. And the person who is leading is the big man.
Mr. Garcia, can you remind us again the tab?
Yes, Your Honor. It's tabs 51 and 52. And at tab 51, it's transcript 0080-0029 from lines 309 to 321. The translation is at tab 52. It's at 0080-0029 at 0039, lines 312 to 329.
In the English booth, could counsel please slow down when quoting numbers at speed? Thank you.
just to repeat those, the translation is at tab 52, and that's ERN Ken OTP 0080 0029 at 0039, lines 312 to 329. The transcript is at tab 51, and that's 0080 0029, and it's lines 309 to 321. So both of them are in binder 3.
And Mr. President, with your leave, page 4, lines 22, there's obviously a mistake, because the witness, at least I heard him say the word pen, and that does not appear in the Transcend transcript.
Indeed, that is the case, Your Honor. I was going to go through that with the witness. I was just getting the references out for the moment. Now, you say that in this translation, you said that it was also said the person who is leading is the big man. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What are the words for that in Nandi? Did you write them down in your document?
Yes, with the no.
Can you just spell out the words for us, which ones they are?
Huerta is W-E-R-T-O.
Did you say another word as well, or is that the only one?
And then now is N-A and then O-O.
Okay. And what was your understanding of this that was said?
That is the big man.
I'm going to be a bit clear about how did you understand this when the person spoke and said these words? What did you understand of this?
If I can understand directly the way he was singing, it was meaning that the Kikuyu community to be sent to Nyeri or the ancestral land of Kikuyus, and the person who is leading is then President Kibaki, the big man.
I just want to put a correction to the transcript. You said that the Kikuyu community to be sent to Nyeri or of Kikuyus. What was the word that you said?
Kimoriok.
Is that the word that you used before? K-I-M-O-R-I-O-K?
Yes.
Kimoriok?
Yes.
Thank you for that. I just want to show you one image, another image of this video for you to answer a question. For the record, the timestamp is 16:56.
While that's been done, perhaps the time stamp could be repeated for the record. Thank you.
I'm going to be playing from 1656 to 1701. If we could have the floor as well.
You do have the floor, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Witness, I just want you to look at this extract, and I have a question for you afterwards. Mr. Witness, we've shown you a brief extract from that video. Were you able to recognize the place that's shown on that extract?
Repeat again.
Could you tell the court what is the place that we see on that brief extract that we showed you? So, witness, we're going to show it to you again, and we'll add a couple of seconds to that so you can take a good look. So we'll start again at 1656. So for the record, we played from 1656 to 1716. Mr. Witness, could you tell us what exactly is the place that we've seen in that brief extract?
I think here is inside the Kipchoge Stadium.
Thank you for that, Mr. Witness.
How do we know that, Mr. Garcia?
Your Honor, the fact that it is Kipchoge Stadium?
Yes.
Well, we could show the witness a bit more. I'm concerned about the time, obviously. He's already seen it during the clarification, the preparation session, and it's simply for the witness to confirm the place that showed in the video. That's the limited purpose of that extract.
But one or two questions could be put.
Certainly, Your
to
Honor.
elucidate.
Now, Mr. Witness, just for, if you can clear this up for us, can you tell us exactly why you believe this is a Kipchoge Stadium that you saw in that extract?
Because I see the people sitting next to the stadium. It was resembling Kipchoge Stadium.
Now, I understand, Mr. Witness, that you were there yourself on that day. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, just to confirm, when you see these images, the short extract that I showed you, is it the same as what you saw on that day on the 3rd of January?
I'd ask that the witness not be led.
I didn't think we had, that this was in contention, but I can ask a more neutral question.
Your Honor, I've said if my learned friend is given consent by the defence to lead, we will of course do that. Your Honor, these issues are in contention. Maybe that's illustrated by the amount of time we've spent on 2 or 3 lines already.
Now, Mr. Witness, when you see, you've seen those images, the 10 seconds that we played, you've mentioned to the court that it is Kipchoge Stadium. You've also mentioned to the court yesterday that you were at a rally at Kipchoge Stadium on the 3rd of January. What can you tell us about those images that you just saw?
I can't confirm exactly if the same image, but if I see the people is like the same, but I can't remember really if we can play a bit longer and then I can be sure of the same, if it was the same. But
certainly, Mr. Witness.
This is part of the, yes, I could not identify every section of the video.
All right, so we'll just play it again and we'll add some time to that so you can get your bearings. We'll start again at 1656.
Your Honour, if it helps, what I can concede, so there's no confusion, is the date of the event and that the recording relates to that event. Of course, the interpretation of the gloss that's been put on words is a matter that the bench will have to decide in due course. That's in contention. But the actual video, I accept it's an authentic video of the demonstration that the prosecution have stated.
Mr. Kinkatwa? Or Ms. Bausman?
We take the same position, Mr. President.
Thank you. Oh,
Operators would like to note a strong 50-cycle hum on the line.
Previously, and I think it may well be relevant, my learned friend showed a clip, 17.56 to 1701.
you have to state it 1 second. You have to come again. Overlapping speakers noted in the beginning of...
Yes, I'm grateful. Your Honour, previously my learned friend showed a clip, 1656 to 1701, and it was paused in a particular location, and a white piece of paper was being held with the words written in manuscript, "The blood of dead Kenyans is in the head of Kibaki." I think when a still is paused like that and put for the witness, what's displayed should be recorded somehow, so later on we know what we're looking at. We have a timestamp, but perhaps something that's that obvious should just be read into the record. So, Your Honour, perhaps it's been done by my comment now, in fact.
You have marked it, but we will leave it up to the questioner and, of course, the court to intervene for that sort of purpose, because the pause, we do not want to accentuate things more than the questioner might have wanted. That's not to say things should not be accentuated, but we can't have a standard rule for that sort of thing in every case. That's the point, really. The interpreters noted hum. Yes, indeed, there is a hum. But I think it's probably because the video was paused. Sometimes machines do that. Mr. Garcia, please proceed.
Yes.
The situation now becomes this. The defense accept that the image, the video image, is indeed the Kipchoge Stadium, and of the events in question, their contention is the interpretation of the words. So you can proceed now.
And I'm grateful for that. Just to remind as well, Defense Counsel, that the video is already in evidence. So indeed, if defense wishes to refer to any extract, it's already in evidence, so it can be referred to without needing, obviously, to put certain things on the record or state them on the record.
Yes, and you also do mark the points with the timestamps thing that you should do. Proceed.
Now, Mr. Witness, I'm just going to show you one last small extract, and it's at timestamp 27:22 to 27:30.
Kusema ya kwamba Kibaki aje State House kuanzia leo, sio.
Now, Mr. Witness, do you recognize the person that's on that extract, as shown in the video?
Yes.
Who is that?
It was from Kapsabet Mayor Michael Rono.
All right, now here is what we might have a description. Somebody wearing a red cap and a white shirt.
So indeed, it is a person wearing a red cap, white shirt, and it's at timestamps 27:22, 20 of the video. Now, you say, Mr. Witness, it's the former mayor of Kapsabet?
Yes.
Can you tell us what ethnicity this person is?
Nandi.
And can you tell us at the time what party this person was supporting?
Orange Democratic Movement.
One last extract from this same video, timestamp 24:59 to 25:10.
Hawa wanaenda police station kwa mambo ile tulisema. Wale wazee wanaenda kwa DC. Serikali inataka tufu.
Now, Mr. Witness, we see on the screen a man with a, I believe it's maybe a light blue shirt. Correct me if I'm wrong. But can you identify this person for us?
Yes,
Who is that?
Ismail Choke.
So you mentioned, I think it didn't get on the record, it's Ishmael Choge.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Witness, who is Mr. Ishmael Choge?
He is a politician from that side.
When you say he was a politician, did he occupy any particular function?
Yes, he's a prominent politician from ODM.
Can you tell us of what ethnicity he is?
Anandi.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Now, Mr. Witness, we're going to move away from the Kapsavet rally that you say occurred on the 3rd of January. Did anything else occur in the weeks after the month of January?
I can't remember any other thing that's happened that particular days. But there was continuation of on and off blocking of the roads and fight the Eldoret and surrounding.
And when you say that there was continuation of the blocking of the roads in Eldoret, can you tell us from when to when did this last? What dates approximately?
I'm not sure, and I don't still remember exact date, but probably by mid of January.
Right. When you say mid of January, is this when they would have started or finished?
When it's just stop it a little bit, but already negotiation was still already going on in Nairobi.
And who exactly was blocking the roads until mid-January?
Majority Kalenjins in my region.
Now, do you know why they were blocking the roads?
They were still not certified that Kibaki was still in the power.
Now, Mr. Witness, during your testimony, you mentioned Your Honor, could we go in private session for a minute, please?
Private session.
We're in open session, Mr. President.
Please, Mr. Garcia, proceed.
Now, Mr. Witness, you said that you attended at the funerals of Mr. Lucas Sang. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Now, can you tell us where where the funerals were held?
In this home, around Queenette.
So just for the record, Queenet is Kuinet, if it hasn't been captured. And when you arrived there, could you tell us who was present at the funerals of Mr. Lucas Sang?
Many people.
Any notable persons or personalities that you recognize amongst the many people?
Yes, Gibor Jackson.
Anyone else?
Former MP from Kenya, Mr. Sumbeyo. Can't remember the other name.
Can you spell Subeyo for us, please?
SUMP. MPEWY.
I understand you're just taking the time now to write down the name. Can you just spell it once again for us, each letter of the last name?
SUMPEWBEYWA.
And did you say this was a former MP from KO? Is that what your testimony?
Yes, not. KO, not. Yeah. Yes.
Let's try again with the spelling. Do we have SUMBEYWA?
Yes.
All right.
Anybody else that you recognize there? Any personalities?
Yes. Former nominated MP, Tabitha Say.
All right. Just for the record, that is Tabitha, Tabitha, Say, Seii. Is that correct, Mr. Witness?
Yes.
Now, did anyone speak during the funerals of Mr. Lucan Sang?
The same people.
Did Mr. Kibor speak during the funerals?
Yes, Your Honor.
Were you there listening to this when Mr. Kibor was speaking?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you tell the court what Mr. Kibor said?
I can't recall exactly what he said, but he was telling people to be ready to fight with Kikuyus, but I can't still remember exact what.
That's all right, Mr. Witness. Now, what we're interested is not necessarily the exact words, unless you know them, but in general, what was he saying, without needing to refer to the exact words?
I can't remember exactly, but he was telling the youth to be prepared to fight with the Kikuyus.
Anything else?
I can't remember exact words.
Now, do you remember anyone else who spoke at the funeral?
Tabitha Say she was saying that if young men are not ready to fight, then I can decide to wear the trouser. Then I can call myself to the war.
Now, how did you understand that? What did you understand that to mean?
Yeah, being a woman, she was really giving a morale young men to go to fight, because if a woman has decided to go herself, then men always will be excited to go to the war.
When you say that she was really giving a morale, what do you mean by that? Remember the 5 seconds, Mr. Witness.
Giving them courage to go.
Now, did you hear the speeches of anyone else while you were there?
Sumbeyo was also saying, was also giving the same information, giving the word of sympathy and also encouraging and also praising the late, that he died when he was fighting for us.
Mr. President, I think it's only fair to the witness. My learned friend at one point said, we're not interested in the exact words. Your Honours, I think we shouldn't go straight to second best evidence. If the witness can remember the precise words, that's what we should get.
That's a good point. I had in mind to make that point as well. The witness, if you can remember the exact words, make efforts to do that. But what Mr. Gesia was really telling you on that occasion was, since you indicated you couldn't remember the exact words, you could give evidence of what you understood the message of the speech to be. But when you can give us exact words, make efforts to do that. All right?
Yes, Your Honor, just for the record, what I do remember, maybe I misspoke, is telling the witness if he can't remember the exact words, then tell us the gist of it or the general meaning. But if he does, obviously, remember
that's
the
what I
exact
said.
words, it's even better.
That's what I said.
It's even better. So.
Move on. Mr. Gesia, I don't know when you move away from the killing of Lukat Sang, but it appears that so far the manner of your eliciting information about killings had been to inquire who did it and all that. I don't know whether you've done it as regards Mr. Sang, Lukat Sang, who was killed, and who were the culprits. If that sort of information is available to be given.
I haven't elicited that information, but I can elicit it, Your Honor.
Yes, please.
I think that was elicited through other witnesses, but I can do it again through this witness, obviously. Now, Mr. Witness, obviously, if you know the exact words, you can tell them to us, and that'll be the best thing. But in response to my last question, you're saying that Sumbeya was also giving the same information, giving the word of sympathy, and also encouraging and also praising the late, that he died when he was fighting for us. And he was praising whom exactly?
The late Lukat Sang.
Now, do you remember the exact words that he used, or do you just remember the general meaning of what he was saying?
He or she?
He was says.
Who are we talking about now?
Sumbeya.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was still thinking about something. Sorry.
We're speaking, just for the record, we are speaking about what Sumbeya would have said.
All right.
Now, Mr. Witness, do you remember the exact words, or it's just the general meaning of what he was conveying to the people there?
I've just said that I can't remember the exact word, but I can remember that he was also at a time praising the late, that we need to be like him, that he has died as a hero. He was fighting for the community.
And when he said fighting for the community, you understood that to be what community?
Kalenjin.
Now, how did you happen to know, Mr. Witness, that there was a funeral for Mr. Lukat Sang that had been organized on that particular day?
During the Wednesday, his body was driven around Eldoret's town, and with the white piece of, like he was being driven as an hero in the town, to be seen that when after removed from the mortuary.
And how is it that you were informed that there was going to be a funeral for him on that particular date? And wait for 5 seconds before you answer.
Of course, it was already announced over the radio that the funeral will be there the following day, and his body was supposed to be taken to stay overnight at his place.
Now, it was announced on what radio?
K7.
Do you remember who was announcing that the funerals will be held on that date on KSFM?
It was announced around in the evening, by Joshua Sang.
Now, was there any media present at the funeral of Mr. Lucas Sang?
I'm not sure.
What I mean is, were there any representatives of the media?
I can't remember.
Now, you mentioned that Mr. Joshua Sang had announced this on the evening before. Do you know where Mr. Joshua Sang was on that day of the funerals of Mr. Lucas Sang?
He was also present.
What was he doing?
Just to keep up sympathy to the family and also praise the late.
And how did Mr. Joshua Sang praise the late Lucas Sang?
By giving his condolences and talk about him.
Were you there when Mr. Joshua Sang spoke about Mr. Lucas Sang?
Yes.
Can you tell the court what Mr. Joshua Sang said? Take 5 seconds and give us a full answer, please.
In short, he was just giving a sympathy and also praised the late for being fighter of the community.
Is that all that he said?
That's what I can remember.
Do you remember the words he used when he was speaking, Mr. Joshua Sang?
The words exactly I've just said, that he was giving a sympathy to the late and also praising him for being the fighter that he has died fighting for the community.
And just to be clear, was Mr. Joshua Sang giving his sympathies?
Yes.
Anything else that you recall Mr. Joshua Sang saying on that day?
No.
Mr. Kessier, look at page 24, line 6. It's something written to the effect, quote, quote, driven as an other row in town. Was that the testimony?
I can clear that up with the witness, Your Honor, just to be... Now, Mr. Witness, you said that in response to my question as to how you happened to know that Mr. Lucas Sang, that there had been a funeral organized for him on that particular day. You said during the Wednesday his body was moved, was driven around Eldoret town, and with the white piece of... A piece of what exactly?
Clothes or white paper, white clothes like this, handkerchiefs like this, to show that it's like a peaceful ceremony to send somebody who is a hero. Always we have red handkerchiefs or red wrapped to show that somebody has died. But this one, he was with a white, what do you call?
Is it white piece of cloth or clothing?
Yes.
So white piece of cloth, I imagine. And you said like he was being driven as another row in town. What did you mean exactly?
Nice, in the streets of Eldoret.
I thought he said hero.
Hero.
Did you say as a hero?
Yes.
All right, so as a hero in town. Thank you for that, Mr. Wood. Now, Mr. Witness, I'd like to bring you back to the period between 2005 and 2007. Now, in the year 2005, did you attend any political meetings?
Yes, Your Honor, 2005.
Yes, 2005. Did you attend political meetings or any meetings where politicians were
Yes.
gathered?
Yes, Your Honor.
On what date? Do you remember the date you would have attended such a meeting?
He was just referring, telling the people there to be prepared to do what they have already done before, and they have to finish to make sure that we remove the Kikuyus from our land, from our soil. We could use our soil.
You said that he said that to be prepared to do what they have already done before.
Yes.
What did he mean by that? What had they done before? Explain that to the court clearly.
Actually, the area was, there was another violence took place in the previous years in that area, and then Kikuyus were almost removed from the area, but some of them will still remain in the area. But actually, even that functions, there was a football club between the area from Kikuyus and Kalenjin. But actually, he was talking in a Kalenjin, despite the fact that there was also Kikuyus who were having a club there, football club.
So you said that there had been another violence that had taken place in the previous years.
In the same region, it's the same areas.
All right. And this is the area of what? What is the area known as?
And forest area.
And can you tell us when in the past the violence had occurred?
1992 and some others I cannot recall, but mostly 1992.
And what had happened in 1992?
There was a fight within areas like Rironi, which is along Anfan forest areas, where Kikuyus were dominated areas. There is even an area called Rironi is now changed to Kablelach, to mean that it was having a name of Kikuyu, that Rironi, but now it has been changed to Kablelach.
And what is? Can you spell that name for us? This Caprironi.
Rironi is R-I-R-O-N-I. And now it has been changed to Kablelach.
And Kaplelach, can you spell that? Is that K-A-P-L-E-L-A-C-H?
Yes.
So at the time in 1992, this area, Rironi, it was inhabited by people of what ethnicity?
Kikuyus.
And in 2005, were there Kikuyus remaining in that area?
Yes, of course there are some, in some other parts like Lenguse, there's still some Kikuyus, area of Pan Forested Town, and some areas there is also Kikuyus who still remain. They're still in majority.
And you said that Kikuyus had been removed in the past. Who had removed them from that area?
Kalenjins.
And just to be clear for the record, in what language was Mr. Ruto speaking when he was saying this?
Kalenjin, he was speaking in Nandi, and even the chief of the area wanted to speak in Swahili, but he was stopped from doing so. But, yeah.
Now, how did the crowd that was gathered there react to Mr. Ruto saying these things?
Before we proceed, who stopped the chief of the area from wanting to speak in Swahili?
The area MP, David Koros.
Mr. Agesia, we're interested in knowing exactly what Mr. Ruto said in the speech if the witness can remember the exact words.
Certainly, Your Honor, and I will also broach the subject that the court has just broached in its question. Now, Mr. Witness, can you tell the court the exact words that were used by Mr. Ruto when he said this to the people at that gathering on the 1st of October 2005? Are you able to give us that?
I can't remember exact word, but he was using some word to say that these people have been in our soil. They have to be removed from our soil once and for all. But I can't join the exact word he used by then, but he used such a word, our soil.
Hold that question, please. Private session.
We're in open session, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Witness, I asked you if you can recall the exact words that Mr. Ruto would have used on that 1st of October 2005. You stated that, from my understanding, is that you can't, but you say that they have to be removed from our soil once and for all, and you say that I can't join the exact words he used by then. Do you remember any of the words, as in, can you tell us how he was referring to people that were of Kikuyu ethnicity?
He used some other words which I cannot still remember because he was the one who talked at length. So I can't remember his exact word, but I can remember him. There was some other word he used, but when he was referring to Kikuyus, he was just saying the Kikuyus. He was almost saying the Kikuyus, but he was referring as visitors. But there is some other word he used. I can't remember what he used to mean the Kikuyus.
Now, to your recollection, did Mr. Ruto say anything else that you remember today?
I can't remember any other words, but he talks at length. But one of them is the fiction of Kikuyus was actually one of the main words that he used, that they have to be removed once and for all.
Now, what was the reaction of the crowd that was listening to this, listening to Mr. Ruto when he said these things.
1 second, sorry. Witness, you said that Mr. Ruto had said for the people or Kalenjins to do what they had done before.
Yes.
Did he say that?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
He used those words?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please proceed, Mr. Garcia.
Now, Mr. Witness, what was the reaction of the crowd upon hearing these words from Mr. Ruto?
They were cheering him.
Now, you said that a person was impeded from speaking in Swahili. Who was this?
The area chief, Mr. Biwott.
Was that B-I-W-O-T-T?
Yes,
And this was a person of what ethnicity?
Nandi.
And who stopped them from speaking in Swahili?
Mr. President, this has been asked and answered. The witness said David Koros.
Mr. Witness, do you know why Mr. Koros would have asked Mr. Biwott not to speak in Swahili?
Because what was being talked is about some what that inside against Kikuyus, and some Kikuyus were there.
Now, how do you know this, that this is the reason why Mr. Koros was stopping him from speaking in Swahili?
I cannot know beyond that, but he was stopping him. He said, no, we need to talk ourselves.
Just to complete, did you say no, we are, or we need to talk ourselves? Is that it?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Witness, during this period of time, 2005...
Are you moving away from this meeting?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Please, witness, you've testified as to what Mr. Ruto said, and you said he spoke in Kalenjin. Did he speak in any other language during his speech?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Proceed.
Now, Mr. Witness, I'd like to ask you some questions regarding this period of time before the referendum in 2005 in Kenya. Were you listening to the radio during this period of time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you tell us what radio station you were listening to?
I was listening to several radio stations, but mostly Radio Citizen and Kass FM. By then it was newly launched, and I could listen mostly with that.
And when you would listen to Kass FM, would you listen to any program in particular or any host in particular?
Yes, I listened to name it.
And who was the host of that show?
Mr. Sang.
Now, can you tell us what was being said on the show of Lene Emet by Mr. Sang regarding the referendum at that time?
During that time, actually, it was against the draft constitutions, and he was giving a negative side of the draft most of the time, most of his topic in the morning. And that was it, I can still remember. But the callers were actually very excited when he was using his program in the morning.
What was he saying exactly about the draft constitution?
The draft constitution, it was used that this new constitution, if it's going to pass through, then Kikuyus will use them to take away our lands. And those are the main words he was also using. And also some other callers could also use the same, that it will give, I can't remember what, but it will give chance for many people to come to take our lands. That is most things that he was using to incite the public, and also he was also using the same to give praise to the then people who are supporting who are against the draft constitution by then.
Now, you said that he was saying that if the constitution would pass, then Kikuyus will use them to take away our lands. Can you tell us how he was referring to Kikuyus while on air, while he was broadcasting?
There are many words could use. One of them is Murgelda. Murgelda, yes.
It's Murgelda?
Yes, Murgelda. Yes, yes.
Did you say something before Murgelda? Is there something that comes before that?
Murgelda, yes. Yes, K-A-B. Then Murgelda.
And literally, what does that mean, Murgelda?
It's one name of Kikuyus. One of the names of the Kikuyus, according to our community called Kikuyus that name most of the time.
Did he use any other words to refer to Kikuyus while he was on air or broadcasting?
The people from Hap, the Jundror.
You said the people from up?
Yes.
What else exactly? You used another word.
That is Pijundror. Those people from the other side, higher place. I cannot explain directly what is the meaning in English.
Right. Can you write that word? Did you say Pijundror or something like that? Can you write it, please, and spell it for the record?
Okay. Pichun is P-I-C-H-U-N, and then Toror is T-O-R-O-R.
And you say that there were callers who would call into his program. What would these callers say?
They were really against the draft and say Kikuyus must know that it's our land and later on they have to go. They will not accept that to happen anymore.
And when callers would say this on air, how would Mr. Sang react to that?
He was really supporting them.
Now, after the referendum, between the period of time of after the referendum to 2007, before the post-election violence, were you listening to Cass FM as well?
Yes, it's a radio which is always there. Like, whole time I could listen to it.
Can you tell us what Mr. Sang would be saying on the radio during that period of time? What was the general message?
I can't. There are so many hats. I cannot just remember exactly what you want.
Was he speaking about the Kikuyus on the radio?
Sorry, that is leading, very leading.
I've just said earlier that during referendum and after referendum, he was just leading the people to, like, he was actually for the people who were supporting the people demand that now it's already, people have already organized themselves and they are now against the Kikuyus. And most of the time could talk to confirm that he was really for that.
Okay, so you say that after the referendum, he was saying that people have already organized themselves and they are now against the Kikuyus. Can you explain?
No.
Mr. President, can I just say also, just we've taken quite a long time with this witness already. I wonder what is the utility of reading back every single time, almost, the witness's previous answer. This kind of shadowing is not necessary. There's a record, and my friend can, in my respectful submission, simply put his next question instead of reading the previous answer.
That's allowed. He can bring back the witness's previous answer as a springboard to another line of questions. So that is permissible. Mr. Can, you know that. Proceed, Mr. Garcia.
Now, Mr. Witness, you said that after the referendum, and I think this is Mr. Sang would have said that people have already organized themselves and they are now against the Kikuyus. Can you explain that to us?
I didn't say that I was saying that, but I say the general public from the Kalenjin community has already take a certain position against Kikuyus. I didn't say that it was already prepared to arrange themselves. No. It was already have a strong perception that Kikuyus are enemies of the community.
Okay, now from what you could listen on the radio after the referendum, what was Mr. Sang's opinion on this, on the position of the Kikuyus?
He was always using the word, nobody love you, Majamoki. That is to show that the Kalenjin community are not being loved unless they stand firm to fight for themselves.
I think you said a word after nobody love you. What is the word exactly? Can you spell it for us?
that is, sometimes he could use this word to say, okay, ongen ole moja mochi. That is to say, do you know that nobody loves you? That ongen is O-N-G-E-N. And then Majamok is M-A-Z-H-A-M-A-K. And then Chi is C-H-G. C-H-I.
Now, in the period just preceding the post-election violence and the elections in Kenya on the 27th of December, what was being said on CAS FM regarding the elections?
Actually, he was sometimes take the people from the ODM side to their station, and most of the time he could direct people to the side of ODM mostly, but actually he could also bring the people of the other side of PNU to the station to campaign for the Party of National Unity, yes, but the people already react opposite, that they could not even support what people from PNU side could say.
Now, I'd just like to know, Mr. Witness, did he ever have people from the ODM in the studio with him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you tell us which people?
I can't remember them, but one of them is Mheshimiwa William Ruto.
Your Honors, I see the time.
Yes, so we'll take a morning break. Now, how much longer do you want to spend with this witness?
I have 30 minutes left, Your Honor.
All right. We will take our morning break now and come back in 30 minutes. We go to closed session.
All rise. We will lever. Please be seated. We will just swap.
Thank you very much. Witness, welcome back. Mr. Garcia, please proceed.
Now, Mr. Witness, when we left off, you had mentioned that Mr. Sang had Mr. William Ruto as a guest in studio. Do you remember what they would have spoken about?
The campaign was about then to campaign for the Party of Orange Democratic Movement, and support took directly to the Kalenjin community to support ODM.
Can you tell us, Mr. Witness, what was Mr. Sang's position on people who did not support the ODM?
Actually, the people who could not support ODM by then, he could react and say, that is yours. And then he could mention some word which could show that he was not supporting for anybody who was not supporting ODM Biden.
Now, just for the transcript, Mr. Witness, you say he could react and say that is, we didn't understand the word. What was the word?
That if somebody could call in who is supporting the opposite party, like PNU, could talk shortly and then could say, okay, that is yours. And then, but when somebody called in from the ODM side, could add more words to support it, which means his heart was in the other side of ODM.
Your Honors, I'd like to go into private section for 2-3 minutes.
But before that, is that to elaborate on the testimony? Is the witness's testimony to the effect that if a caller called in expressing support for the party opposed to ODM, Mr. Sang would cut that caller short and say, that is your view to that person. But is that what you said?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. But if somebody called in supporting the ODM, then that person had more time to speak on Mr. Sang's show. Is that what you were saying?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You want to go to private session now?
Yes, for a couple of minutes, Your Honor.
A private session.
We're in open session, Mr. President.
Mr. Witness, we were just mentioning the names of callers that would get on CAS FM to speak with Mr. Sang. You just mentioned Chief Whip. Is there anybody else that comes to mind?
There's so many others I cannot remember, but so many.
Now, for these people, Councillor High Rise, Kipkinginyo, Laitoriat, Chief Whip, when they would come online and speak to Mr. Sang, what would they say generally?
Some of them could support the side of new draft. I could talk at length about, sometimes talk about the unity of Kalenjin, sometimes talk about the supporting the draft constitution, sometimes depending on a political reaction on that particular day, because Sang could bring several topics on daily basis, some development, some times could be Kalenjin unity, some, yeah. This is the group of people whom actually sent a message to the ground, because they have long airtime to speak and could change the directions of the community.
Can you tell us what type of message they would send to the community, to the ground?
Sometimes could be to take people to support the Honorable William Ruto. That could be, take a line to show that nobody had a leader could be ahead of a king of the Kalenjin by then, or the leader of the Kalenjin by then. So they could talk in support of him, and anybody could talk contrary to that could not get any support even from public, the rest of the people who are calling in.
You said that one of the messages would be that to show that nobody could get a leader, a king of Kalenjin by then. What do you mean by that?
Yes, it was something like perception that Ruto was actually taking over from the then retired president as somebody who could lead a Kalenjin in the direction of that, yeah.
Well, who was talking about this exactly? That
most of the callers by then. And it was not daily, it's every day could be a different topic.
And when you say that position that Ruto was actually taking over from the retired president, what exactly do you mean by that?
You know, Kalenjin believed that one leader at a time, and President Moi was somebody who was actually the big person who was being an head of Kalenjin from a long time, since 50s to after the retirement in active politics.
And at that point in time, in 2005, was there a leader of the Kalenjin?
Yes, actually, there was nothing special from Ruto, but because he was just an ordinary MP like the other MPs. But because of this propaganda that had been led by in the radio stations, he took over the mantle and become somebody who was really well known and active, and somebody who could be like a leader of the Kalenjin.
And you're saying propaganda, but what radio station was putting out this propaganda of him being...
I can confirm it's Kasevan most of the time. But also, the same callers could also call to another radio station which belonged to Royal Media, that is Chamgay FM.
And who on KAS FM was putting out this propaganda that Mr. Ruto was the leader of the Kalenjin?
Mr. Sang actually was like, Sang is a good speaker. He can manipulate, he can change mind of the people when he talks. And that is how he can use his talent to make people change.
Can you just briefly explain to us what was this propaganda that Mr. Sang was putting out there regarding... remember the 5 seconds, regarding Mr. Ruto.
I could say that sometimes could even put a question to say that who is supposed to be ahead of the challenging at the moment. And people could take people as if we have seen somebody who is fighting for us, who have been somebody who is supporting with us within the Constitution. That is to say that Ruto was then the person who was against the Constitution, which could have taken over our lands. So that is to say that he was meaning Ruto. But when the people call actually is 100 and almost 90% could say, support the same idea.
Lines 3 and 4, Mr. Garcia. I think we have the witness said Royal Media, which was Chamgay FM.
Yes, indeed, Your Honor, Chamgay, and I think it was mentioned by the witness initially in his testimony, so I think we do have the spelling. It's CHAMGAI. Can you give us is that the correct spelling, Mr. Witness?
Chamgay is CHAMGEI. Chamgay FM.
I stand corrected, so it's GEI. Now, Mr. Witness, do you know if the radio station KAS FM was open all the time during 2005?
Yes, it was open, and I think it was started and actually it was launched officially in June 1st, I think 2005.
And in 2005, was it, and during that year, was it always continuously broadcasting?
Yes, Your Honor. But there was a time which was closed briefly in August, or I cannot remember the time, but it's this August or July.
And we're speaking about 2005?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you remember why it was closed briefly?
It was perceived that people have used the same radio to incite other people against other communities.
Who was inciting people against other communities?
Sang was in the radio, and several people would call in to say Kikuyus directly. And that was the time, actually, there was a lot of tension against Kikuyu. And as time was about, the draft constitution was about to take place in October.
I asked you the question, who was inciting people against other communities? You said that Sang was in the radio.
Yes, it's the program, let's name it, and then the people who call in would talk directly against particular communities, especially Kikuyus.
What was Sang saying at that time?
Yeah, he was just putting the program, and then the people could call in, and then that one could show that he was supporting the same message. People could call in, and people were incited at that particular point. That's why even when it was closed, some of the shopping market was the things for the communities like women were taken over by the community, like in a place called Jepterit.
I'm going to come back to that in a second. You said that people would call in and say Kikuyu directly, and that was a time actually there was a lot of tension. What were the people calling in to say about Kikuyus at that time?
It was about a new constitution, but actually it was like they want to take advantage of new constitution to take our land after all.
Okay, so when you're saying the people would say that the Kikuyus wanted to take over the land, is that it?
Yes, they took advantage of new constitution if they're going to win it, and then they will take over our land.
What would Mr. Sang say to that when this was being said on the radio? Remember the 5 seconds?
Mr. Sang could not say directly, but using some parables to show that he was supporting the group. But he was not talking directly because KAS FM is a national radio. It can be listened to by even security, so he could not talk live directly, otherwise could be arrested.
So what was he saying in parables to show his support for the group?
As what I was telling you, that sometimes could say, you know, that nobody loves you. You need to be united so that you be more stronger. Otherwise, the divisions about you yourself could show that you will not succeed if you are not united. So those things that could say that you could keep an enemy to enter into your territory.
I'd just like for you to explain to us that last part. You could say that you could give an enemy to enter in your territory. What do you mean by that?
Yes, if you could, your unity will make people now come in and fight you as a community.
And when he's talking about the unity of the community, who is he speaking about?
Actually, according to him, I think people who could support Honorable Ruto are now united. But me, I'm sure that Kalenjin community have been united since even during the Moi time. They were in the same party. I don't know why during this referendum it's coming like a new thing when the Kalenjin were informed that you have to be united. And yet they have been united in the same party since the time I can remember.
Your Honors, I'd like to go in private session for 2 minutes.
Private session.
We're in open session, Mr. President.
Mr. Witness, I'm going to repeat my question. Can you tell the court why is it, to your understanding, that this message of the Nandis uniting first is something that displeased Mr. Sang or didn't go well with Mr. Sang?
I think Mr. Sang was saying we want to be united as Kalenjin. And that one could be not good for the certain community, like Nandi community, to just isolate themselves and say we want to be united first as Nandis. And could put even the song which could show the same that we need to unite as a Kalenjin first, which say Kipsegi Sagnandi Ungio Megei, which is this song was actually to sing to propagate the same message of being united as Kalenjin first, not as a Nandi.
And you said something in Nandi. Can you just repeat that and spell us the words you mentioned?
I was saying that there was a song which is saying that, which was sang by that time Sang was putting it, which was actually played all the time, that Kipsigis that is a song which is for the unity of the Kalenjin.
And the unity of the Kalenjin behind what leader?
Behind, by then it was...
Mr. Kisia, easy. Did the witness say that?
I can ask the question again and reformulate it.
Yeah, let's be careful, very careful. Witness, you said that you've told us about a meeting, and you mentioned 3 leaders. We have that on record. And you say those leaders were exploring, or rather promoting, the idea of unity of the Nandi. And you said that did not go down well with Mr. Sang, who was in favor of unity of the Kalenjin. That's your message, isn't it?
Yes, Your Honor.
And so the Nandis are, as is that the case, a subgroup of a broader ethnic group called the Kalenjins. Is that the case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. So Mr. Sang, according to you, was in favor of the broader unity, whereas these leaders were in favor of the first Nandis, the subgroup, unity.
Yes, by then, not that they didn't want the larger Kalenjin community, but they wanted first to unite as Nandis.
Thank you. And you said that in favor of, as I understood your testimony, you were saying that in favor of his own vision of unity of Kalenjins,
yes,
that Mr. Sang was playing a certain song,
yes, Your Honor,
regularly on his radio show.
Yes.
That's your testimony. Can you write out the title of that song? You said it in your testimony, beginning with Kipsigis. I think I heard that. Can you write the whole thing out, and like you've done before, put it on the record for us? Thank you.
Yes. Okay.
Please spell it one word at a time.
But I sing just part of the song. It's not full song. But I can start to say Kipsigis is Kipsigis, which is Kibsigis, and then Ak, AK, and then Nandi, NANDI. Ungiomege, that is ONGIYAMEGI. And then another Tugeniek, that is TUGENYEK, and then AK, and then Keio, that is KEIYO, Ongiomege. That's the same word as the other one.
Thank you very much.
And it was a song always played here.
Thank you. And you say this song means what?
This is to say Kipsigis and Nandi, let's unite. Also Tuken and Keio, let's unite. And then it's played, these songs were actually played by a musician from Kipsigis.
Thank you. Mr. Gesia, proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now I'd like to have the help of the court officer to show the witness a document. It's KenOTP 0036-0091. It's confidential. It's already in evidence. EBD OTP 00244. Could be found in binder number 3, tab 60. And I'd ask we go in private just 1 minute to ask him 2 questions on it.
Private session.
We are in open session, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Witness, did you listen to CAS FM radio after the post-election violence in 2008?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, can you tell us generally what was being said on CAS FM after the post-election violence?
First, it was talking about what was going on in Serena, which was Ruto was part of the committee members.
Going on where? Serena, you said?
Serena Hotel, yeah.
Serena Hotel.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Is anything else being said on CAS FM?
And that was about, actually, and then later on, after the agreement, on 28 February, they start talking about making of the government. And they want to say who is supposed to be which position in the ministry of the coalition government.
Now, Mr. Witness, to your knowledge, were any youth arrested for their implication in the post-election violence?
And that was the third topic which was also being discussed after the forming of the government. They gave the pressure to the then Prime Minister of Kenya, Honorable Raila Odinga, that the youths who have been arrested should be released, and the youth who have been arrested during the violence. And to make matters worse, even the leaders, including Ruto himself, was actually putting that pressure to say youths must be released because of they have been supporting us until now we are in the government, and they are now suffering in jail. And I could not refuse that some youths could be released, that's no problem. But this was all youths. They didn't even specify those youths who commit crime during the time. So I could fail to understand why they could raise that thing to say youths in general to be released, instead of making the law to take its roots, then innocence could come out. And that pressure actually gave to the government. I think after that, I think nobody has ever been arrested in connection with that, if there is maybe one or two.
You said that, Mr. Witness, that this was the third topic. Who was talking about this on CAS FM?
It was because MPs from the Kalenjin community were actually talking about this, and Sang also was putting this pressure that our youths have been arrested, they need to be released, so that this is conditions to the government by then.
Can you give us a time frame of when this was being said? Just a minute, wait until I finish. A time frame approximately of when people were saying this on the radio, Mr. Sang and other people.
That is between February and up to April, when the government was officially formed.
Just for the record, we're speaking about 2008?
Yes, 2008.
And you said that including Mr. Ruto himself was actually putting that pressure.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you tell us specifically what you remember Mr. Ruto doing or saying in this regard?
I can remember he was in a meeting in Kisumu. I can remember, but it was in a television, I cannot know when. But he was actually saying that the youths should be released because they are the ones who are help us by blocking roads and whatever, and yet they are suffering. They have to be released. So it was an open thing that he was campaigning the youth to be released. In general, not a specific individual who are maybe could look innocent.
And in regards to Mr. Ruto saying this himself in a meeting in Kisumu, are you able to give us an approximate date for this, or a month?
I think during that time, because when he was there, he was really cheered by the group there in Kisumu when he was talking about this.
You said during what time exactly?
I think after formation of the government, after April or before, just in March. And I can't remember exact date.
Your Honors, I'd like to go into closed session for about 5 minutes.
Mr. Garcia, it's been well over an hour when you said you'll be finishing in 30 minutes. We will let you go on until 1, but then you stop. That's the end of it. Unless you stopped sooner than that, which is also welcome. But your examination in chief will definitively be ending at 1 o'clock.
I'm grateful, Your Honor.
We will go into private session.
All rise. Vous vous levez. Please be seated. Vous vous asseoir.
Thank you very much. Witness, welcome back. We're in open session. Mr. Nderitu, we've reviewed your request to ask questions and we've seen the questions indicated. The chamber grants you leave to ask only questions 9 and 10. Only those two questions. The rest of the questions have been covered by the prosecutor in one way or the other. Questions 9 and 10. And I believe those can be done in open session. A witness, what has happened here is Mr. Nderitu had requested, Mr. Nderitu is a lawyer for victims in the case. He requested for permission to ask you some questions, and the chamber has granted him leave to ask 2 questions. Mr. Nderitu?
I am much obliged, Mr. President, Your Honors. Just a clarification from Your Honors, whether I would then be able to ask any consequential questions to questions 9 and 10.
That naturally flow from the 2, yes.
I'm much obliged. Good afternoon, Mr. Witness.
Good afternoon.
As you are now no doubt aware, I am here representing victims that are participating in this case. And I will want to know from you whether you are aware of any Kalenjin or ODM supporters who were accidentally attacked by armed Kalenjin youth. And here I'm talking in relation to all the locations at which you mentioned there having been armed Kalenjin youth.
Your Honor, I cannot just remember one incident where an ODM supporter was accidentally harmed by the same group, but I know about the person who was shot by, I think by police or what, but he was coming, he was a supporter or is one of the group of youths who came to attack Langas.
Mr. Witness, so that we are clear, your evidence, as I understood it just now, is that the person you're aware of as having been harmed was harmed by a police officer, not by an armed Kalenjin youth. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. And just so that, again, there is clarity, might you be aware of any Kalenjin or ODM supporter who was attacked, whether accidentally or not, by the armed Kalenjin youth?
I can't remember very well, and I cannot specifically say who, but because I cannot just use this time to mention some people whom I cannot remember up to now, who are they?
Thank you, Mr. Witness. And are you aware of any properties belonging to Kalenjin or ODM supporters that were destroyed by the armed Kalenjin youth?
Your Honor, the same, I can repeat that properties were destroyed, but I cannot say that by who or by Kalenjin supporters or ODM supporters, but I cannot confirm that, Your Honor.
Mr. Witness, so that it is clear, by saying you cannot confirm that, are you saying that you are not aware?
Properties were destroyed for the ODM supporters in some places, but I cannot confirm who really destroyed them. Oh, well, in that thing I could say that.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. Mr. President, with your leave, there is a question that I would want to ask which relates to that, and that is with regard to whether there were houses that were occupied by non-Kalenjin people but owned by Kalenjins, and what happened to those.
Proceed.
I thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
I would want you to confirm whether there were any houses that were occupied by non-Kalenjins that belonged to Kalenjin people in the localities that you did mention. If you're aware of any houses that belonged or were owned by Kalenjins but were occupied by non-Kalenjins.
Your Honor, still the same. I'm still saying that there is several houses which I could not know their owner, but it was also destroyed. But I cannot confirm that it was belonged to Kalenjins or any other tribes. But during my testimony, I would say that there were some houses which actually I knew it was belonged to a certain community, which is Kikuyu mainly. And also, there are some houses which are destroyed along some areas, which could be also part of the Kalenjin houses, but owned by businesses only by Kikuyus.
Mr. Witness, I do not want you to speculate. That's one. And secondly, I am not very sure that you understood my question. Let me just rephrase it. What I am asking you is, are you aware of houses that were owned by, and I will take it by step by step. Are you aware of any houses that were owned by Kalenjins but occupied by non-Kalenjins? A simple yes or no.
Question. Answer is no.
Thank you. That is all, Mr. President, Your Honors. I thank you for that, and I will be seeking leave to leave the courtroom in the next 15 minutes.
You can take the leave. But the questions about challenging or ODM supporters who were attacked, and is your interest limited to those sorts of persons being attacked by challenging youth? Or does your interest as the Victims' Council also go so far as to cover those people in that group attacked by anyone, whether or not the attackers were challenging? You follow my...
Yes, Mr. President, I do follow your line. The difficulty I have with that is that there hasn't been placed on the record as such attacks by non-Kalenjins. And I do appreciate. It's a question I really would want to ask, but...
you can ask it. The fact that it wasn't... If there was the possibility that the violence affected both sides, necessarily there will be victims of sorts of violence. If there was that possibility, and you should explore both sides, shouldn't you?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Witness, I am sure you have had the question, the issue that the Honorable President is raising, and I will put this to you in the form of a question. And would you please tell the court whether you are aware of other persons, non-Kalenjins or Kalenjins, that were harmed during the post-election violence, and if you could inform...
No. That's Kalenjins, not because the prosecutor has dealt with non-Kalenjins to an extent who were attacked. Now the point is whether there were Kalenjins who were attacked by persons who were not Kalenjins.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Kalenjins attacked by non-Kalenjins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Witness, would you tell us if you are aware of Kalenjins, persons from the Kalenjin community who were attacked by non-Kalenjins? And perhaps at the same time, if you could give evidence as to whether you're aware of persons who were supporters of the ODM who were attacked by either non-Kalenjins or non-ODM supporters.
Your Honor, to follow that angle, I cannot remember, or if there is any. I hope there is, but I cannot confirm that.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. When you say you hope there is, I believe that you're saying that you believe that there may have been. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
That is all, Mr. President, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Witness, that concludes the questions from Mr. Nteritu. Now, the lawyer for Mr. Sang, Ms. Bausman, will begin her cross-examination.
Good afternoon, witness. Do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We met very briefly during a courtesy meeting organized by the VWU. My name is Caroline Duisman, and I'll be asking you some questions on behalf of Joshua Arab-Sang. And just to start off with, because today we talked a lot about 2005 and 2006, I want to bring your mind back to the time around the election results. And I recall on Monday you told Mr. Garcia from the prosecution that during the period starting the 31st of December, you couldn't recall the exact date, but it was in the period immediately after the results were announced, you heard Mr. Sang say on KSFM that people should open the roads. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And more specifically, you mentioned women in general who may need to reach the hospital. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, I would like you to listen to an audio of KSFM, and that's around that period, and I would like you to tell us if you recognize Mr. Sang's voice. With your permission, Mr. President, I would like also to give a translation and transcription to the witness so that we can go through this process a bit smoother.
Seed.
Could you... Just for you all, this is in the core binder. I believe that everyone has received a message to bring the core binder to the courtroom today. The core binder, tab number 13. This is an audio we would like to play to the witness.
Ms. Boisman, could you please confirm the ERN number for the record, please?
The ERN number is 0013-0061, and of course it starts with KEN-G11. And the transcription is 0014-0001. Could I have the floor, please?
You do have the floor.
Nagamejo som bigap kolenjin kungoliot kora nega somrani boitinikap Jehova kuboto kandoik kyok chebo bolotet ne noto kogendojin William Arap Ruto kole bigap kolenjin ngwitugulo mitei oyat ortinwek tugul oyat ortinwek sikobit koityi amitwogik biik chemokyingei amitwogik oyat ortinwek.
Mr. Witness, did you hear that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you recognize the voice?
Yes, Your Honor.
Could you tell us whose voice that was, please?
Yes, it is Mr. Sang's voice.
Thank you. So then I would like to play a little further of this audio, if I have the floor.
Can we please possibly put the timestamps on the record as well?
Yes, the timestamp is, we start this from 00.02.16. Sorry, that is actually the length of the audio. We are starting at the beginning of the audio. So it's 00. Moment after this first passage that we just listened to, we're at 00.28. So it's 28 seconds. Mr. Witness, just before we carry on the audio, can you look with me at the transcript? Did you find that in your what was given to you?
Yes, I can find.
So if you can just look at the first paragraph in Kalenjin. Just read it quickly, then we start again. Then I would like you to listen to it and see if it is correct, the transcription here in Kalenjin, from what you hear in the audio. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
So if we could play that first part again.
Gotab Kalenjin in Wetugo Lomite, Loipchini Tugonep Kas FM, Nigo Joshua Arab Sang, or Legino Togimi Gomye and Golep Nairobi. Kit kitu naga meja som pick up Kalenjin kungoliot kora naga somra nikbaiti nagap Jehova kubata gando ikyak Jehova latet ninata kugendo jin William Arab Ruto kule pick up Kalenjin ngwitugulo mite oyat ortenwek tugul oyat ortenwek sakabit kuitya mitwagi pik kimakinga mitwagi oyat ortenwek sakabit kimut pik hospitali chata chawa kunyor koi mutik alak tuguli mi jebioso chimeje kutebe gorik awa ko biji tunguno ligi mujigi titaje ga hospitali o ya toret kora asogabit kochi naga mejugwe chige o ya toret asogabit kwai boishet pik ba Red Cross ko itibik chotok cho mejugwe chitoretet ingomitwogik anan komut hospitali bik chujotok amitwogik kora ko tugu kimakin geji tugul agunguno kumago muja mitwogik ko soget kisome nguno ya tortinwek sogabit ko mitwogik chota soget kunyorchige bik amitwogik mi biik chechang chetindo boisionik chenguni kokokekerta sang maimuch kora koityi boisionikwak eng oret agenge komong'u kole icheket kobendi kobeti boisionikwak amu tomo koit boisiet eng kasarta nemakat ko kounotok meche kesom eng kaming'inetabkei eng chitugul witugul mitei kele oyat oret age tugul nekerat akometochi biik chotok chetindoi toretet chekameche koityi biik toretet age tugul koityi icheket kora kosom kandoikab kanisa ak kandoikab bolotet chotok kole kora keistoegei chemarget age tugul neimuch kong'em kalyet inguni amu kikere kele kokoityi ng'emisiet komoswek chechang ako ngachangan ko kora kokoekchigei biik koekchigei ichegei eng ichegei kirotin ortinwek kiyoche biik rabinik sikobit kwo karit nekimuchi kotoret chi.
Ms. Bausman, you said you were playing the first paragraph again.
Yes, and then the whole audio was played. Mr. Witness, could you follow that, or do we have to start again?
I follow.
Yeah, you follow the entire... So we are actually going through, and then I will I'll put in the record what the English translation is. You're with us, right?
I'm with you.
Yeah, so we just carry on playing it until the end.
How long is it, and do we need to play it until the end?
It is 2 minutes and 16 seconds. We're almost there, Mr. President.
Read.
Ko kabijit mising sabay itong moswek kejang kugiyoto kityo nigelen onge atoret o atortinwek witugul mitei awde muwag sa kora gustoge biik ngortinwek amu chang ngalek chetesetai nguni komi kimnotet neo mising nekokoit komutu koityi biik kimnotet nemutai kokonu tobotet eng sobonwek chekibeti ko kounoto o atortinwek akorib kalyet eng emetab Kenya. Kongoi mising onge kounoto kanai ko Joshua Arap Sang.
Mr. Witness, you could follow. I'm just going to read out now into the transcript the English translation, and please help me if there's anything that in your view is incorrect in the English, then we would like you to point that out. So the starting point of this audio is as follows. Greetings, Kalenjin people, wherever you are tuned in to KAS FM. This is Joshua Arab Sang saying we are well here in Nairobi. What I would like to appeal to our Kalenjin people is the matter that God's servant already requested, along with political leaders led by William Ruto, that all Kalenjin people, wherever you are, please open the roads. Open the roads so that food may reach those in need of it. Open the roads so that people who have experienced various problems may reach the hospitals. There are expectant mothers who need to deliver, but this is difficult for them to reach the hospital. Further, open the roads so that a traveler may go his way. Open the roads so that the Red Cross workers may reach people who are in need of humanitarian assistance, such as food or taking such people to hospital. Also, food is a basic need for everyone, but now it cannot reach the market. We appeal that you open roads so that those foods may reach the market, that people may gain access to food. There are so many people who cannot now reach their places of work. Their one major concern is that they may lose their jobs for failure to arrive in time. Therefore, we would like to appeal in all humility to everyone, everywhere, to open every road that is closed and to allow those people with assistance to reach those in need. Further, religious and political leaders have appealed that we refrain from any form of violence because we see that destruction has pervaded many areas. Worse still, people have turned one to another. Roads are closed and people are forced to pay so that a vehicle that could be of help to people may pass. So life has become extremely difficult in many areas. That is why we are saying, let us open the roads wherever you are. And also, people should move away from the roads, because so much is going on now. So much power has arrived, and it may affect people in a big way, that tomorrow may bring much sorrow in terms of lives lost. Therefore, open the roads and keep the peace in Kenya. Thank you very much. Let's do so. I am Joshua Arab Sang. Witness, do you agree, do you think this is a fair translation of what you've heard in Kalenjin?
Yes, Your Honor.
For your information, this was an audio that was a pre-recorded message that was played on the 4th of January 2008. Is this the message you have heard?
As I indicate on Monday, that I heard message Mr. Sang saying over the radio, if it was this one or any other, I heard him talking about women who are pregnant.
I would agree that it's either this one or it is a similar one.
Maybe, yes.
Thank you, witness. I would like to tender this into evidence, if I may.
Any objection?
Just in regards to the date of this recording, I understand that that's date is the lead counsel for the. It's Ms. Bausman who put that in there, and not necessarily the witness agreeing to it. But that's the only comment I have on this.
Other than that, you have no objection to the document going in, to the material going in, audio and translation, transcript.
Not on the basis of what the witness has just responded, Your Honor.
Mr. Khan?
I'm grateful. No objections at all. Thank you so much.
The audio and the transcript and with the translation will be admitted as next in the same defense exhibit.
Ms. Boisman, could you please provide us with the ERN number of the translation, please?
Yes. Sorry. What? It's the 4th of January 2000. Sorry, it's the key EN D11 0013 0061, and the trans.
We just need the ERN number
Okay,
of the
sorry.
translation, please.
Key EN D11 0014 0001.
That's the ERN number of the transcripts. The audio document KEN D11 0013 0061 will bear the number EVD T D11 00063. And if I understand it properly, the transcript of that audio bearing the number KEN D11 0014 0001 will bear the number EVD T D11 00064.
Yes, Court Officer. What happened was that the transcript comes with the translation as well, so they're in the same document. Ms. Bausman?
Just one follow-up question on this audio. Can you confirm that Joshua Arabsang said that people should... Okay, I'll just read it out again. You tell me that this is correct. Roads are closed and people are forced to pay so that a vehicle that could be of help to people may pass. So life has become extremely difficult in many areas. Did you hear him say that?
As I said earlier, I could not stay long in the radio, but I could not confirm the entire script. But I said I had the opening roads, taking people to the hospital. Yeah, that's the message I could have. The rest, I could say, okay, if it was a follow-up talking, then I can say I didn't hear it at that particular moment.
But can you confirm that you heard during that period that Mr. Joshua Arabsang was condemning extortion and wanted people to be able to pass to reach their destination?
As I've informed you earlier, that I just confirm what I hear, that open the road so that a woman could go to hospital, open the roads for benefit of people who are going to work. That one I could say, okay, I heard, but the other, I'm not saying, I could not be remembering the entire script, if I could hear.
What Ms. Bausman's last question was about is whether, quite apart from the radio broadcast, whether at that time, never mind the radio broadcast, whether you also heard it said, or whether you were of the view that Mr. Sang was asking people not to be extorting money from others. Did you?
I can't remember.
You cannot remember that. Okay.
Yes.
Ms. Bausman? He said he can't remember.
We'll move on. I also heard you say on the same day, Monday, that you heard Mr. Joshua Arab Sang tell people to calm down and maintain the peace. Do you recall saying that to the prosecution, Mr. Witness?
Yes, I recall.
So I would like you to listen to another audio and again tell us that if it's Mr. Sang, and then we move on from there. For the court officer, this is audio KEN-011-011-0048, and the translation is KN-D11-0011-0049. It's 1 minute and 18 seconds long, and it's at tab 10 of the core binder. And if I may ask the court, to give it to the witness, please. May I have the floor, please?
Uchamege got up Kalenjin and Witugu Ipchini to go tap Kas FM, Nigo Joshua Arab Sang, Olenjinok Kimigomye, Age Some, Kirip Kaliet, and Witugul, Kaliet and Gemetap Kenya, Gotorit Kaliet, and Rani, Agoigan, Ungetastai Girip Kaliet,
Kigurunan Moses Rono in Kas FM.
Mr. Witness, did you hear that?
Yeah.
Could you also follow it from the transcript?
Yes, Your Honor.
And for the record, we stopped at 22 seconds. And again, this was an audio that started from 0. Did you recognize the voice?
Yes, Your Honor.
Could you tell us who that was, please?
Mr. Joshua.
Thank you. May I tender this? Let's just go through it. I'm just reading in the English, and could you please follow with me and tell me if it is a correct translation? So it starts, greetings, listeners of Kalenjin, wherever you are, listening to Kas FM. This is Joshua Arab Sang, telling you we are fine, and to implore that we keep peace, everywhere peace in Kenya. May peace be promoted today and forever. Let us keep on maintaining peace. Is that a fair translation, Mr. Witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
And could you tell us, is this the message that you heard during that period?
I can still say that actually I sometimes could hear Mr. Sang saying similar message, but I don't know if it was at this particular moment. But this was actually I just put on during my time to show that sometimes you could break face. But otherwise, I don't know if it was this one or the others.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. For the record, it is the 1st of January of 2008, and I would like to tender this audio also as an exhibit.
Mr. Garcia.
No objection, Your Honor, but once again on the question of the date, the witness was not asked that question. It's something that is being led by Ms. Bausman.
No objection.
Mr. Khan has no objection. He says the audio and the transcript bearing its translation will be admitted as the next in the signed defense exhibits.
The audio document bearing number KEN D11 0011 0048 will bear the number EVD T D11 00065. The transcript and the translation of the audio document bearing number KEN D11 0011 0049 will bear the number EVD T D11 00066. Both documents are public.
Thank you. I would like, since you've told us that you listen to CAS quite regularly, I would like to go through this audio. There's some other voices from CAS FM personnel, and we go per each, and then we stop, and I would ask you, first of all, if the translation is correct, and if you can identify the voice.
Before you do that, witness, can you tell the court when, around the dates, when you said you heard Mr. Sang from time to time broadcasting calls for peace?
Your Honor, I cannot remember exact time, but it's early January. But during that time, also still some other messages could accompany, which could also make people to continue with the violence.
So your testimony is that it would happen, you don't remember the exact
but during
date,
that,
but it would be early January that
yes,
you will be,
during those days.
once I can, you'll be hearing broadcasts about peace. But also around the same time, you would hear mixed messages from Mr. Sang that also inflamed matters. Is that your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And just for the record, to Mr. Garcia, you told us, to be more precise, that this was particularly as of the 30th, like the 31st, the 1st, the 2nd, and the 3rd. Do you recall saying that? This is at, on Monday, this was at page 68, lines 7 to 9. Is that aftermath of the violence? You confirm that?
Yes, I can confirm, Your Honor.
Thank you, witness. Then I would like to go back to this audio, and as I said, we start with at page 22 seconds. That's where we start, and it is starting for people looking at the transcripts, including yourself, Mr. Witness. We start at voice number 2.
News kisomegele kobit kalyet en emetab Kenya en nguni ak en kotugul.
Kigurena Gilbert Arap Langat asomegele ongerib kalyet ongoyamei kalyetab kamuktaindet.
Mr. Witness, can you tell us what you heard? Whose voice was that?
I heard he says its name Moses Rono, and that's I can recall that he was one of the pretenders in the KSFM. I can still remember, but it's a long time since I could know.
But did you recognize his voice?
Yeah, I can recognize him, but it's long since it's not like I could recognize for Sang.
And then there was a third voice. Did you recognize that voice too?
This one, I cannot remember very well, recognizing his voice.
Can I just ask you, is the person Mr. Gilbert Arap Langat, is that someone you know?
Apart from few individuals in KSFM, I don't know majority of them. But I could hear their voices, but I don't know them in persons.
Line 1 at page 107, he said Moses Rono.
That is correct, but there's been two voices. And the
I know,
first...
but 1 second, just say at line 1, see road, where R-O-D-E appears, should be R-O-N-O. Proceed, Ms. Bosman.
Yes, I'll just read into the record what it says in English. If you have any objection to the translation, I would like to hear from you, Mr. Witness. It says, "My name is Moses Rono in KSFM News. We beseech that peace prevails in Kenya now and always." And then the voice 3. "My name is Gilbert Arap Langat. It is my appeal that we keep the peace. May the Lord's peace be sufficient for us." Is that a fair translation, Mr. Witness?
It is.
Then I would like to carry on in the audio, and we are now at 33 seconds. We start with voice number 4.
Gurno Joffrey lelmet asome biikab Kenya tugul kerib kalyet ak kerib emenyo nekiketet kenyisiek chechang.
Ane ni Winnie Ruto, kisome kalyet biikchok, kisome kalyet en emenyo.
Ane kigurono.
Mr. Witness, could you hear that?
I hear.
Did you recognize the first voice you heard?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you tell us who that was, please?
Geoffrey Lelmet.
Is it someone you know?
I don't know him in person, but I could remember him, that he was in KSFM.
And what about the next voice? Did you recognize that voice?
I recognize as for Winnie, but also I could also I remember that he was also working at the KSFM. I could also know, but I don't know what is the aim of these messages.
Thank you. I'll just read that into the record again, and if there's any objection to the translation, you could let me know again. So starting at voice 4, it says, "My name is Geoffrey Lelmet. I appeal to all people of Kenya to keep the peace and to mind our nation, which we have built for many years." And then voice number 5. This is I, Winnie Ruto. We appeal for peace, countrymen. We appeal for peace in our country. Is that a fair translation, Mr. Witness?
Yes, you have.
Then I would just like to finish off this audio. And we start with voice number 6, which is at 46 seconds.
Lagatura kwambai kimi garam Nairobi mamingala kusomok tol bikyo kibolenjin mulatolomi mata angam galia mulatolomi sinete gerip amane nyage tej mu iginisha chang sektastai emononyo kimi gomie
ana maxirma alen ngotunen galiat ngenet ab Kenya.
Could you hear that, Mr. Witness?
I could hear, yes.
Could you recognize the voice number 6?
Yes, Your Honor.
Could you tell us who that is, please?
Say Mr. Kwambai.
You know any other name of Kwambai?
I don't know, because this, I could not even understand the translation, because he was talking in another sub-tribe of Kalenjin. I am not familiar about it.
Do you know which language that was, sub-tribe language?
If I'm not wrong, might be Bakot.
And did you hear the second voice in this particular part, but the 7th voice on this audio? Did you hear that one?
Yes, I hear.
Do you recognize the voice?
Yes, Your
Honor. Could you please tell us who that was, please?
Maxirma.
Someone you know from KASFM?
As I have told you before, that I don't know many of the KASFM, but I could recognize by voice only. But face to face, it's only few individuals.
Did you hear? Did you understand her language?
Yes, his
language.
This understand him.
Then, with that caveat that the 6th voice is something you couldn't quite hear yourself, I would like to read in the record the English translation.
Yes. Wait a minute. Witness, you said Mr. Kwambai belongs to a subgroup within, did you say Kalenjin?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you mentioned the group. Did you say Pokot?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you spell that P-O-K-O-T?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Witness, on that note, you said Pokot. Could it be Marakwet?
Yes, the two Karam have been also hearing in the Pokot and also in the Marakwet. Either of the two, either I cannot. But I've just say I cannot because there is some other sub-tribe. I cannot really.
Yeah, okay, we understood that. Just suggesting to you, it was actually Marakwet. But I'll read it into the transcript now, and then we'll move on. By name, I am Kiplagat, son of Kwambai. We are fine in Nairobi. All is well. We appeal to all our Kalenjin listeners wherever you are. Do not ruin the peace wherever you are. Instead, let us maintain peace, which we have built over many years, so that our country may develop. We are well. And then the 7th voice, I am Mark Sirma. I am saying, let peace reign in Kenya. Was that a fair translation, Mr. Witness?
Not of number 6.
Yes, number 6 I could.
Because the witness says he couldn't understand.
Fair point, Mr. President.
Yes.
Did you hear this particular appeal for peace from the staff of KAS-FM? Did you hear this during that period, Mr. Witness?
You can ask question about voice number 7. Witness,
In general, this whole audio.
Witness, did you understand voice number 7?
Yes, sir.
Mark Sirima?
I understand, Your Honor.
Right. You heard what Ms. Pausman read out, saying he says, I'm saying let peace reign in Kenya.
Yes.
Was that what Mr. Sirma said?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Pausman, continue.
Do you recall, Mr. Witness, whether you heard this particular message from the staff of KAS-FM appealing for peace? Did you hear that during this period?
As I've said earlier, that I heard some appealing for peace, and also, yes, some of the staff of KAS-FM I could hear, but I could not remember exact words or exact time.
Thank you. May I briefly go into private session, please?
Are you moving away from this particular
I am.
private session?
We're in open session, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Witness, I would like you to listen to another audio of KAS-FM, And this we can find at the core binder, tab 15. The number for the audio is KEN-DL11-0013-0057. And the translation is, and transcription is KEN-DL11-0015-0068. The entire message is 1 minute and 54 seconds. And if the court reporter could please give a copy of the translation transcription to the witness. I would like to listen to this message if I have the floor.
Amge mising bigap Kalenjin ngoi tugul lo mitei kainen yu ko William Arap Kirwa ne managing director nebo ICC. Kamache kityo asoma biik kyok chebo Kalenjin ngole tugul lo mi kongetege biik kyok chebo Tulwap Kony ak biik kyok chebo Nandi, biik kyok chebo Kiyu, biik kyok chebo Kipsigis, biik kyok chebo Tugen, biik kyok chebo Merkwete. Asoma tugul koboto biik kyok chebo Pokot ngoi tugul lo mi. Alen onge rib kalyet. Iman mi ngalek chekoromen eng emet. Ako asome murenik kyok kimutyan ngalechu asikiro ole teptoi emenyo matwachi ng'ung'unyan nga biikab Kalenjin. Ako asome kot mising ale ongimutyan kalyet. Kora ngasome biik kyok chebo Kalenjin asome nekonyitot President Mwai Kibaki. Ako asome kora Raila Odinga kotebi ng'uny ako ng'ololjin asikocheng kalyet eng emoninyo. Ngomugak kocheng komiti nebo biik chebunu kebeberta age tugul asikochikil oleu ng'alekab piretab kura asikotok iman kemwochi biik kyok imanda. Kokote kotestai choto biik kyok kokasom kandoichuto aeng kotebi ng'uny akong'ololjin. Asome ale ongimutyon ng'alek ongetebi kou chokocham ketepchei. Kiketach biik chechang biikab Kalenjin kobwa emenyo. Kiketach biik chebunu komoswek chechang. Kokasome kot mising ale ongerib kalyet, ongimutyan ng'alechu, ongerib amu kibo Kenya tugul. Ako nenyo emoni biik kyok chebo Kalenjin. Mi biik kyok alake chemi Rift Valley, komi chemi Nairobi ak kemi tugul eng emoninyo. Ko asome kot mising ale kote kotokotom kochulukis ng'alechu anan kechule ng'alechu kokakesom serikali ko ongerib kalyet. Kongoi kot mising konyo nebo Kalenjin.
Ms. Bousman, is that the end?
It is.
But you announced the material at 0068 and 0069 as transcript and translation. We do not see a transcript. What we see is a translation that may not contain the whole thing even.
I would like to correct myself. We don't have a transcription of this message. We only have a translation. And apologies to the court for that. I would like the witness to maybe confirm if it's a fair translation and if he could recognize the voice.
We need to be careful there. I do not understand Kalenjin, but I think I heard the words Kenya and Rift Valley. Are they in the translation? Specifically, the reference to Kenya was towards the end, after the mention of Raila Odinga, Mwai Kibaki, Raila Odinga. Further down, for that. There was, I believe, another reference to Kenya, and then Rift Valley.
Mr. President, we will come back to this, in fact, because it looks like maybe there is some part missing. I'll come back to that. I'll move on at this stage.
All right.
Witness, have you heard of Reverend Jackson Koskey?
Yes, Your Honor.
And can you tell us who that is?
He's a prominent Canadian reverend, and he's a bishop of a certain church I cannot remember, and he's a person. Yeah, I know him.
Do you think you would recognize his voice?
Yes, Your Honor.
So then I would like to listen to another recording, and for the record, this is the audio is D11-0013-0056, and the translation is D11-0015-0066. And unfortunately, we have no transcription. It's tab 14 of the core binder.
Your Honor, as a principle, the prosecution is going to object to material being put to the witness and the witness being cross-examined without there being a transcript of the material. We think that's unfair to the witness. The proper procedure and the procedure that has been adopted for all the witnesses is that a transcript and a translation is given to the witness. So we can follow, first confirm whether the transcript is correct, and then we can look at the translation. So we object to this manner of proceeding with the witness.
There have been instances in the past when we moved directly to translation without a transcript in the absence of a transcript. That's not to say it's ideal, but we can proceed. The witness, just be careful and listen carefully. If you need to have the audio repeated so you can really follow, please indicate the need for that. Okay?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Bosman?
Yes, please. The whole message is 1 minute and 29 seconds, and I think I've already given you the information. So if I could just have the floor, and yes, if we can bring it to the witness, please.
What time did you say the translation is at?
Ojomege konyo bakalenjin ane ko Reverend Koskei kiboitinikab Jehova chekiboisiei tugul bishops chun chekinemu somet nebo kalyet biikab Kalenjin kakenyoru tobotet neo kekas kele kakokwo boriet ipkobel kanisosiek akobel biik kakoechekitu mising bikyok ochuchuch oye otustus bikyok okas kit nekakomwa arap Ruto kole kakonam kandoik chebo ng'alekab polotet kong'alale ng'alechutok akong'alalchi biik chechang kokicheng'e oret nebo ng'alechutok tugul kotoretech Jehova. Kisomok anyun bikyok ui tugul olomitei, kisomok murenik, kisomok boisiek, kisomok biik tugul oye ongeyai kalyet, ongitustus, onginyamnyum mugulelwekyok makimuchi kisuldae neregek amakimuchi ketoret emet ak ketoretkei ngot kebek neregek. Mong kotertere kit neya ako ngiterter kit neya eng nemie. Bikyok maame kiy, mi Jehova kobotech, kicheng'e oret. Kokokas ako kakokasak neregekab bikyok. Ara anyun
Mr. Witness, could you recognize the voice?
Yes, I do.
And can you confirm that he was asking to maintain the peace?
Yes, I heard, but the last sentence, like human life is sacred. I didn't hear him saying that.
Mr. President, also on this audio and translation will come back to you. We have to look at this again. I just want to say for the record, we stopped at 1 minute and 14 seconds. Mr. Witness, you've spoken about William Ruto. Would you recognize his voice?
Yes, Your Honor.
Could I go to tab 12 at the core binder? And this is KEN-D09-0024-0013. That is the translation and transcription. And the audio is D09-0024-0012. It's already an exhibit. It's exhibits 24 and 25. 24 for the audio and 25 for the translation. The total is 2 minutes and 17 seconds, but we will not play the full audio. We just play the first two paragraphs.
Proceed.
And if the witness can be shown the translation and transcription.
Ko William Arap Ruto, jumbe na Eldoret no ameche ay baraini korong na tay amak chibiga pudi da Kalenjin na biga bemetat Kenya. Kanit na lel na tinga beruret kita tu na nie ngani na lel na isuldoy awon biga beruret at Jehovah. Am yang wadi biga pudi da Kalenjin ale mi ngoyandi o emek mi ngale tay ngale ga buchaguzi che koromen kitchen kengalal ko gibiga bodiem David Kenyoru arngaleja tagen goret na bagaliet kita sa tagen ngololi apik chemi metap Kenya ap chemi emotune ke basang kangalan Gordon Brown Prime Minister ne ba Olimba Britain ak Shmiwa Raila kangalal gora Shmiwa Raila ak pikte chang emotune ke teratin ke chemi ge cheng oret ba iman ne kitare ngalek motastai ngalega uchaguzi amaja.
Mr. Witness, did you hear that?
Yes, Your Honor.
For the record, we stopped at 55 seconds. And it's the first two paragraphs. 2 in English and 2 in Kalenjin. Yes, did you recognize the voice?
Yes, Your Honor.
Could you please tell us who it was?
It's Honorable William Ruto.
And if you could look with me, I'm going to read the English translation into the record, and you tell me if it's a fair translation. William Arap Ruto of Eldoret North. I would like to take this opportunity to wish the Kalenjin listeners and the people of the nation of Kenya a blessed new year and every success in the new year that has God's blessings. I would like to tell our Kalenjin listeners that there is serious insecurity in the country. There are issues surrounding the elections that have been very complicated. As ODM people, we are trying to talk so that we can solve those issues in a peaceful manner. We continue to talk with the people in the nation of Kenya and those from other countries. Gordon Brown, the Prime Minister of Britain, talked with Honourable Raila. Also, Honourable Raila talked with many people from different countries. We are trying to find a just solution to the issues that transpired in the elections. Is that a fair translation, Mr. Witness?
Yes, it is.
Do you recall if you heard this during that period following the announcement of the elections?
Yes, I can recall.
And the date of this message was the 3rd of January 2008. Does that correspond with your recollection?
I had the voice, but I could not remember exact time. Black at who? Who? Black at who?
That is Bethwel Kiplagat.
Yes.
Are you aware that he made an announcement on KSFM calling for peace in that immediate aftermath following the announcement of the election?
For him, I'm sure.
What?
One last name.
Sorry, 1 second. What was the answer?
Bethwel Kiplagat.
And you say for him?
Yes, I could. I hear him talking about peace during that time.
Oh, you heard him talk about peace?
Yes, I heard him too.
Thank you.
And then one last name, and then we'll call today. Sumbeyo. I'm spelling that. Sumbeiywo. And sorry, I also give you the other name, which is Lazaro, Lazaro. Is that someone you know?
Lazaro Sumbeyo, I know, yes.
And is this also someone who announced on the radio, made an announcement calling for peace in that immediate aftermath? Is that something you're aware of?
Yes, I'm aware.
Thank you. I leave it here for today.
Thank you very much. Ms. Bausman, I know that you did not, you put on reserve the two documents that were straight translations without transcripts, and I hope you make efforts to produce the transcripts. I note the concern raised by Mr. Garcia, fairness to the witness, and I also noted that on the occasion during his examination in chief, when the concern was raised by the defense about moving straight to translation, some issues were raised as to the ease with which different witnesses are able to work straight from audio to translation, although we ended up on that occasion having the witness listen to the video and write out what he understood of it. That was not consistent with the transcript produced by the prosecutor. It still amounted to having the witness work straight from the media, multimedia source to give an evidence. Again, the point being, let's be sensitive to these concerns about different witnesses' abilities to do this thing directly from audio to translation, while still trying to get to the bottom of the story to the extent that we can in this process. On that note, we will adjourn for the day and reconvene tomorrow at 9:30, and we will go into closed session to excuse the witness from the courtroom. Mr. Khan, I remember you mentioned a need to address some matter. Can that wait until tomorrow? It can.
It can.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Preferably towards the end of a session, we should just let witnesses testify as much as possible and reserve procedural discussions towards ends of segments.
Indeed.
Thank you. closed session, please.